this is the beginning of the stream today, I hope. We are broadcasting right now, and hopefully we're going to be doing a nice little watch party of WWDC 25. So this promises to be a really interesting worldwide developers conference. So if you are tuning in right now, then what I'm planning to do is to I've got a camera pointed at my laptop right now. And basically, the idea is that we are going to be watching side by side. So hopefully you'll have your own view of the YouTube WWDC 2025 on your own screen. And then you're going to watch it with me. Now, I'm not going to broadcast WWDC 2025 on my laptop or show this on my stream, because that got me struck last time. So my stream was taken down because I was trying to do like a watch stream. And basically what I'm going to do instead is I've got my laptop here, so you can have like a tiniest view. So hopefully that won't kill the stream. And you can kind of see the synchronization of the video, or kind of watch it together. And I won't be playing any of the audio, but basically you watch it live with me. My stream is, my upstream is much better this time. I've got a pretty good internet connection, and basically we'll react together to the news. So normally these WWDCs are like an hour and a bit, hour and a half, at least that first initial presentation. So it's going to be really exciting. It's all going to happen in about 12 minutes time. And yeah, we'll watch together. We've got a lot of things which are Mac gaming related, which are relevant to this WWDC. So last year we had Game Porting Toolkit upgraded from version 1 to 2.0, which we didn't really expect. But now that there's a precedent, I think 3.0 Game Porting Toolkit, why not? Okay. So if that does happen, then we're going to download it straight away and do some testing this evening and make a whole video about it. There's also meant to be a dedicated game launcher overhaul for iOS and macOS. So I think that that is something that we're going to cover as well. And it's going to be very exciting because basically, we've got the opportunity for Apple to really redraw what it means to be, what it means to have games on the Mac, because there's lots of games which aren't, there's lots of things about the game launcher, the App Store, the native launcher, which are kind of crap. And if we could have an interface that's a bit more Steam-like, then that would make the proposition of Mac gaming a lot more interesting. I have no idea what we're actually in store for, because Apple tend to have a poor way of implementing these gamer-centric features. Like, something like Game Center, I don't really rate it as an interface for displaying game achievements, for example. They seem to take like a really good game thing and then seem to just make it worse. Seem to implement it. It's like monkey's paw, right? It's like, yeah, let's have some AAA native games, but we're meant to have this cross-platform ecosystem, but it's only, you have to buy a separate Mac version and a separate iPhone, iPad version, or something like that. It's like 2 steps forward, 1 step backwards, right? And so this is kind of what I'm expecting here. I have my expectations for the game launcher are very, very low. So that's one thing. The other thing is like, it's been like a whole year since we have had a whole bunch of Mac game announcements which have not transpired yet. So we've had loads of really good games like Assassin's Creed Shadows, etc., and stuff that got announced last year. But there's a whole host of other games which just never got released. It's been like 12 months now, right? And these are games which already exist, and the Mac ports haven't been ported over yet. So Infinity Nikki, that's meant to have a Mac port, and that hasn't come out yet. Dead Island 2. It's been out on PC for a really long time on Windows, but no Mac port yet. And, the big elephant in the room is Cyberpunk 2077, which has been, demonstrated at length over the last few months, but has failed to transpire. And, a lot of people have been speculating that today is going to be the day that Cyberpunk comes out. So if that is the case, then we'll be playing it this evening. It's a big if, though, because there's a good chance that it doesn't come out right now and they leave it for, another month or two. It's funny because, within the time that the Mac port was announced for Cyberpunk 2077, we've had the Switch 2 announcement, we've had the Switch 2 release, and we've had the Cyberpunk 2077 Switch release as well. So we've had this entire news cycle and generational improvement in Nintendo gaming hardware, but we haven't even got a Mac port of a game that's now 4 years old working on macOS, which already works through the crossover translation layer. So it's interesting that this hasn't happened so far. Apple need to push to get developers to publish some sort of date. I mean, the date thing is it's just a symptom. We don't have a date because the real issue is that the developers don't really care about the Mac ports of their games. And, if they do make a date, like they did with Palworld, then they'll just delay it, right? Because if it's not ready, it's not really ready, right? If Cyberpunk is not today, then when? It's on the Switch 2. I mean, they've really dropped the ball here. I think it's based on the same tech as Switch 2 port, as they both use ARM CPUs. Okay, good. So we are 6 minutes away, and what I'm going to do is just going to get a drink, and then we're going to be back, and we're going to start at 6. So yeah, I can. There's a GG Gamer 3D. Remember the time someone streamed an entire WWE match over the reflection of their sunglasses? This is kind of what I'm going for here. I mean, can you seriously copyright strike that? I mean, that's the distorted image. You can barely see the words. I mean, there's some kind of YouTube algorithm which is detecting whether someone's pirating a live stream. And that my live stream got shut down after 20 minutes or something. It's a bit disappointing. So this time we are not taking any chances. No audio and no large image of the stream. Okay. So I think we are able to, so this is very distorted. This is a very narrow field of view. Camera got pointed at here, very distorted. So hopefully to the YouTube algorithm, whatever's detecting, piracy or something, is not going to see whatever crap we have here, unless the algorithm's so advanced that it's transcribed everything I'm saying and figuring out that I'm actually about to do something. And that's thought crime, okay? Anyway, I'll be right back and we'll get started very soon. Okay, so I've got Coke in my hand. Let's look at this. Let's look at the comments. Same tech as Switch 2 port, as they both use ARM CPUs. I don't think a lot of people think that the main issue with porting games is the CPU architecture. That's not really the case. Especially for GPU heavy games, the translation layer, the Rosetta, etc., x86 to 64-bit isn't that big a deal. It's more like the graphics API is way more important. The fact is that Apple uses a Metal Graphics API, which is proprietary, and it's hard to develop for. It doesn't jive that well. Whereas the Switch is based on NVIDIA tech, and they are way more developer friendly, I think, the NVIDIA hardware. Okay. Yeah, I did see King Bill the 16th, King Will the 16th. Xbox handheld is awesome. I am not particularly convinced by the Xbox handheld. I did see that. The messaging on that is really unclear. Don't really understand what they're trying to do. I know everything is an Xbox, but it doesn't really make a huge amount of sense to me. I think it will do very poorly compared to Steam Deck. Right. Should I start both of the streams to understand something? I guess Apple's going to introduce metal frame generation. Oh yeah, metal frame generation. I think that's going to be a feature that's introduced with Cyberpunk 2077. That could be why they are holding it back. If GPU wasn't important, we wouldn't need a translation layer to run Switch 1 on Switch 2. If today's Cyberpunk 2077 is not announced, then I am done. Well, the thing is that it was already announced. It just needs to be released. So what you want is for it to be actually released. So it'll be quite exciting if and when that happens. It could be even something that happens later in the day. Like later, because WWDC happens over the entire week. And so it could be something that comes tomorrow, right? But often what's going to happen is that I'm going to check the developer page for, let me just check my, let me just get my stuff back. What is it? Let me just get my page back. So I've got my pages here. This starts in 2 minutes. There's going to be another thing we should check is the we might check the game. If somebody actually somebody in the chat, they can like keep an eye on the developer download page for Game Porting Toolkit. Then it's it's likely, not likely. I mean, sort of likely that something will come up then. Oh, something's happening. Okay. Oh no. No. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so I've got my stream up. I've got my headphones in. Let's lock in. Oh, I need to adjust my volume a bit. Oh, because I'm not monitoring this, then. Yeah, I can see the YouTube. Let's just see. Yeah, it's gone into the thing now. Okay, so I'll follow the YouTube one. I'm feeling it's like some kind of premieres happening. Test. I can't hear you over their stream. Let me just turn up my mic a bit. Is that a little bit better? I'm not sure if that's better. What I'll do is I'll put my microphone a bit closer. You can always turn down the audio of your other stream, okay? That would make a lot more sense. Mac new gaming features testing. Okay, good. Okay, we're starting, I think. I'm watching it through a laptop screen. Let me just turn this down. Just quit out Steam. Okay, so okay, car revving. I'm going to narrate this a little bit so that we'll just do a live narration. Okay, WWDC headquarters. Tim Cook puts on his gamer headphones. Okay, items rattling. Okay, stuff's happening. Yeah, I'm watching the YouTube stream. So if anyone's like watching this, I'm on the YouTube stream. Okay, so everyone use the YouTube stream. Okay, I don't know what the relevance of F1 is. Grid Legends. I don't think it's to do with gaming. It's something to do with Vision Pro. Like maybe there's going to be a new Drive to Survive on that. Oh, revamped CarPlay is actually something I'm interested in. Yeah, I'm way behind probably because of the way that the stream is configured. So there's going to be a little bit of a delay. Yeah. So on the stream now, you can see a bit of the video, I guess. It's like the F1 thing. It's very distorted, but hopefully you'll see something. You can synchronize along. Hopefully I'm less than a minute behind if you're watching this right now. Oh man, the hair, Craig. The hair is epic. Oh God. Oh, where did it go? WWDC, baby. F1 the movie. Sorry, I'm a minute behind. I don't think I can change the settings because I think I'm on like a safe level of stream delay. So yeah, I should have configured a more real-time stream delay, but we'll see. Okay. All you've got to do is like rewind your live stream on YouTube by like 30 seconds, and you'll probably be fine. I hope we get some good like gaming tools of some kind, something that shows that Apple are still interested in gaming on a Mac. Bro, do you know about the data developer update of macOS? Why do you hate the rainbow? The rainbow is great. Apple's YouTube live stream is not rewindable. Okay, well, you can like spoil me a bit. You can watch ahead and spoil yourself. Or you can like watch me react to something that you reacted to like 60 seconds before. I might make some notes actually. It's probably a good time to make notes. Because like another big thing is like the macOS numbers are going to change, right? So I'm not going to show the screen because if I show the screen properly, then basically my stream's going to get taken down because this is what happened last time. Yeah, because if I display too much of the screen, the stream will get taken down like I did last time. And also not doing any audio because that's too easy to catch. Okay, so this is going to be the big AI update. I mean, the AI stuff within Apple for the Apple devices has been quite disappointing, I think. Have any of you guys actually used any of the AI features of macOS or on your phone? I barely use any of them. I have like ChatGPT open, like permanently open all the time. And it's like crazy that Apple don't have their own LLM. Cloud. Siri has been pretty disappointing. Have you guys like looked at the developer page? Can someone do me a favor? Go to the Game Porting Toolkit page on the developer page and refresh and see if there are any changes. Has Game Porting Toolkit 3.0 released yet? Or maybe at least 2.2 or something like that. Because, you know, This is dubbed. The view that you have of like Craig Federighi's face is very big. Wow. Okay, so we can Kahoot without the internet. How good could that AI possibly be if it's all offline? What do you mean by this is dubbed? Platform. Bro, can you make a video how to run body cam on Mac for beginners full tutorial? Yeah, I just run it through one of my crossover 25 tutorials to turn on D3D Metal and you can play the game. There's nothing special about body cam. Download page is unavailable right now. Interesting. It has to come up at some point. Are all the developer links down, Arton42? Okay, thanks for letting me know. Why don't we check again in like 15 minutes? Great experiences for years to come. We'll be back soon. I'll check on my computer. I think I have to log in. Bro, I tried Mac Mini M4, but it's not running. Probably not much I can do about that. You probably don't have that RAM. You need like at least 18 gigs, 20 gigs of RAM. GPTK2 download page is showing 2.1. Well, it's actually showing maintenance if you try to log in. I'm expecting the GPTK to change. I've got new icons. What's a MIUI ripoff? What's MIUI? Liquid glass, that's interesting. You've got the Mac Mini M4 with 16 gigabytes of RAM. If you check out my body cam video, I probably use this more because it's a very demanding game. Your M4 with 10 GPU cores is not going to run that, I'm afraid. You need like an M4 Pro at least to run body cam. Sorry. Like even if you could get it to run, it would be such low frame rate. No, Xiaomi OS. Okay. I haven't really played around with Android phones before, so I don't know. I do like the look of this glass UI. I don't see any negative reaction to it. That would be so much better, the list thing, because I use so much, I hate scrolling on the horizontal list, because I do a lot of translation stuff on the phone. It's like they're trying to do like Windows Vista again. You remember Vista was like, yeah, everything's like arrow. They called it arrow, not glass. Yeah, and that really killed the GPUs. I remember back in like 2007, Windows was trying to like do this, put transparencies where you didn't really need them. But now we've got the GPU power to run it. It doesn't make much difference anymore. It looks good. I quite like it. I wonder what the next macOS is going to be called. Did someone leak this already? Like the next macOS code? Free to get error. It doesn't look identical. It looks, it's more like the UI interface. Ooh, macOS 26. This looks good. I'm not sure if I'm going to upgrade because my phone this year, because I've got an iPhone 15 Pro. That's pretty good. I really like it. I'm one generation behind, and I guess in September I'll be 2 generations behind. Mm-hmm. I've already played around dark mode on iOS. I wonder how that will apply to third-party apps, if it's even possible to apply those colors. I think my wife will like that. That's pretty neat. I like that. I like the moving wallpaper. Is that like a kangaroo? Mm. Kind of tired today. You hate this. Gunray Orbe hates liquid glass. I like it. I like it. I like the look of it. I like to be able to see the content behind the interface, and it just increases the amount of transparency. I think that's cool. Camera looks good. Somehow makes you sick. Maybe like motion sickness caused by the transparencies. No, that's better. The context menu for the advanced features, that's quite neat. That's a lot better because being able to having to scroll for the details on the camera app, like that's good. Woo. That's just like a faked one, right? Like because it's only a 2D point of data, right? That you've got. Or does it use LiDAR to create that 3D scene? No idea. I like this. It's the way that the interface maximizes the amount of viewable space on the phone because the phone's not like a giant glass slab. I basically never use FaceTime. So Art and 42, I just hate blur. Everything before had clarity, like black icons had a perfect contrast. Now it's a good grayish icon above a brownish square, killing contrast. I don't really need that much contrast in an icon. I just like it to look nice. I use like CarPlay every day, so this is quite interesting. It looks quite exciting. Yeah, because before the phone would just have an entire full screen thing. This is good, yeah. I guess the time will tell if this is good, cool design or not. I think Apple tend to do quite well with their redesigns. There's also kind of circularity to this with all this like transparency. Oh, I'm tired. For now, they didn't show off anything worth updating in iOS 26, but we still have time. Why are we watching the video on the computer screen like that? Because I don't want to get copyright strike like I did last year. I want to make sure that the stream goes up because when I displayed the video and the audio, my stream got taken down. So just watch along. So have the YouTube stream of Apple's WWDC turned on. And you can watch along with me as well. Okay. Picture in picture with Apple streams over yours. Oh, yeah, good idea. Or we're doing like updated AI memojis. darker panel throws me off, to be honest. The border is just so uneven. I don't have this issue with this. I like how the menu, that bottom menu is. I mean, I've got to use it to see what it's really like, but having a transparency at the bottom for the menu and getting to see more content is good. They gave it a theme, and that's it. Haha, what a disappointment. No round icon, still the boring square rubbish. It is a bit inconsistent that we have very round apps on Vision than the Vision OS, but not on macOS or iPhone OS, iOS. Ooh, I get so much marketing crap on my phone. That's so cool. It's call screening. That's very cool. I like that. I like that. Hold assist. It's looking good. That looks very exciting. I'm quite excited about Hold Assist because the amount of stuff that is I have to deal with children and schools and stuff and my kids' activities and then returns and stuff, and that I can just return it via. I could just call up using Call Assist. The thing is that in the UK, we just don't use iMessage or the Messenger app at all. We all use WhatsApp. And so this idea that this is relevant to us, I mean, in the US, it's very important because I'm not in any message group chats. Agent put you on hold? Put them on hold too. Everyone's just on hold, and then AI is all just talking to each other in the background. That is a cool idea. They should implement this into WhatsApp because that's what we really use. Interesting. So I've literally never used an iMessage group chat, so we'll see. Agent will move on to the next call, not wait for you to pick up. Yeah, maybe that's the next thing. That's good. Yeah, this is the new iOS update. iOS 26, not iOS 19, 26. Very exciting. That's why kids' Tamagotchi going off. Oh god, the Tamagotchi is going. Genmoji is literally one of the least exciting things I've used. It's my kid's Tamagotchi is going. Something exciting is happening on Tamagotchi. Cleaning up my Tamagotchi's poop. How do I like it so far? It looks pretty good. I like the new UI changes, but the chat is not so keen. I hope they'll be setting for how fast these bubble panels spring out. I doubt there will be. Apple knows best. You can't change anything. So I've been learning like a lot of Chinese in the last week or two, and having like proper translation. Ooh, this is good. I've been using this app called Tandem, which is about language exchange, and that'll be really helpful to have better translation tools than the one that's built into the app. Live translation, they should teach Siri to understand English first. Yeah, exactly. Brilliant. I think talking through an actual phone call in real life would be really weird. Ah, ja. 12. I think it's quite cool to have a live translation. It'd be good to have this built into the Mac. I've been using ChatGPT to do translations a lot. We're like half an hour into this live stream now, so hopefully this will work out nicely. Personally, I don't really use Apple Music. I'm more of a YouTube Music person because it's included in the YouTube Premium subscription. Which music service do you guys use? Spotify, Google, Apple, or YouTube Music? I unplugged from all using Plex now. I'm not very keen on downloading or transcoding music anymore. I don't even have an optical drive. I guess you download music from Apple iTunes or something, buy them albums. That's a way of doing it. I just don't like the idea. I think YouTube Premium is such a good deal for like ad-free YouTube experience, and then having that music included in that is a really good deal. I like that, but I tend to use Google Maps, but maybe that's a cool feature that I could try that with Apple Maps. FLAC files, offline music collection all the way, yeah. The thing about Apple Maps is that I don't really like Apple. I don't like how I can't easily use Apple Maps on a Windows browser. Plexstream's FLAC as is pretty great, yeah. Ooh, I have a Mercedes, so I wonder if they can unlock the car using my watch. That'd be cool. Very cool. 9 states. What about the UK? Live flight status. So in the UK, I can use Apple Pay to take the tube on London Tube, the subway system. It's very, very convenient. Very cool. That's very cool. Oh, it's the game launcher. This is it, man. This is it. This is it. This is it. Okay, game launcher's coming. So I wonder what the transferable elements to macOS will be. Is that Warframe? There's so many people play games on the iPhone. Is that all Apple Arcade stuff? The Wear Cleaner, Prince of Persia, Honor of Kings. Is there any beta for macOS that's been released yet? Okay, this is better because there's all, App Store jumbles up games and apps. Ooh, controller support. Good. Meh. Is throwing for good? I think I saw Cat Quest 3 there, which is quite exciting. Cat Quest 3. I don't ever see me using this feature at all, like to invite somebody through the game center for a game. Like, I don't think that's ever happened. Visual intelligence. I've wondered, like, what this could have better use of the action button. Any app. Visual in. Okay. Google Lens competitor. Guess it is. Ooh, that's cool. You can highlight and then search. Oh, that's clever. So it just extracts all the information straight from that image, from that screenshot, contextually. That's cool. I do like that. I've not actually used the ChatGPT function on the phone. It's just, I just find it clunky. Interesting. I do like this like contextual stuff, AI-powered contextual buttons, which is kind of the future of this kind of mobile tech. So what do you guys think of that gaming app? Am I the only one who has stutters in animations when using anything AI on iOS 18 and 15? I haven't had AI issues on 15 Pro. I do use my app, my Ultra 2, like a lot. This is a great watch. I can use it for like nearly 2 days without charging. Yeah, so it's going to be iPad 20, iOS 16, 26, 26, 26. So macOS 26, we don't have that official name officially confirmed yet, but hopefully that's going to happen really, really soon. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how this all integrates into macOS, because that's what's exciting. Hopefully there'll be a beta update today, which I'll do today, which will be interesting. Ooh, new workout buddy. I do need a workout buddy to tell me to move my butt. Maybe more gaming news is later this year. No, there's going to be gaming news happening today. There's going to be a gaming app that gets released on the macOS, very likely, or not just iPhone. Are you sure there'll be a huge announcement for Mac Gaming? I mean, there is something every year. At the very least, I'm expecting Game Porting Toolkit 3 to get released, unless they can't, they shutter it down. That would be shocking. No, I like this. I use my watch mainly for fitness stuff. Not bad. No, I like this. The fitness stuff is quite important to me. What is the advancement towards Mac gaming? Is it natively running previously only on Windows, or just better porting for games like Counter-Strike? Who knows? Who knows? I'm guessing that a bunch of games is going to get announced today. That's my hope, because that's what happened the last 2 or 3 years. A lot of macOS games, even though we have a whole bunch of games that haven't actually been released yet. So I like it. Workout Buddy looks good. GPTK released in 23, GPTK2 in 25. No, GPTK2 was released in 24. GPTK3 will be released this year. It's my prediction. Come back to me in an hour, because my prediction is that it's happening in the next hour. We'll be downloading it today and playing games using Metal HUD GPTK 3.0. I think it's happening very, very soon. Since they've just given us minor features and beautiful UI, but not major changes, maybe not Game Porting Toolkit 3. The thing is that Game Porting Toolkit 3.0, at the very least they can do is like change the number. That's all they've got to do. Because to be fair, there wasn't like that huge. The big thing that happened in GPTK2 was the AVX support. And we also have like F16C and other support that's been added very, very recently. So I wonder what's going to happen next. Apple have been pretty good with like on-device AI. They keep saying on-device AI, which is good. This is good. Oh, that's good. If it knows like whether something is loud or not, that's good. My wife's delivered dinner to me. Fried rice in a bun. Nice. Looks good. No, I do like the new interface. So I have an Apple TV 4K, the latest generation, and I use it like every day. So of course there are games. So I wonder if there's the new game launcher is going to come on tvOS. That'd be interesting. Is it going to be like fully integrated? So do people think that the icons have less contrast? This is my first time watching this week. When normally do they show MacBook newer stuff? It should be after this. It should be after tvOS. It's always in the second half. Yeah, so I don't think Infinity Nikki port has been cancelled. We just don't have an Infinity Nikki, Dead Island 2, and Cyberpunk yet. So hopefully we'll get that today. Now, Apple invested like a fraction of what they do in Apple TV originals that they do in like Mac gaming, right? They could like dominate the gaming market easily. Like they do all this stuff with all these production companies, and there's so much like money poured into it. Mac gaming could be so good if they had a fraction of the budget, but by a couple of studios, Oh, my wife made like a chocolate bao. This is like homemade. Oh, so good. There's like molten chocolate inside there. Oh, this is good. If I can have an app, if I can log into an app on an iPhone and then have it automatically log in on Apple TV, that would be great. Built-in karaoke with. Do I know how to cook? Like, not that well, not compared to my wife. She's great. macOS, it's happening. macOS is finally here we go. I love it. These Credit for Greedy transitions are amazing. Do we know the name of this already? Tahoe, yeah. Yeah, we heard about this before. macOS Tahoe is arrived. It looks a bit Windows Vista-y. The green and the blue. I like this. I like the glass, the liquid glass interface on the phone. Looks the same, right? The icons are slightly smaller. So the sidebar has been arrowized, like in Windows, like the arrow update for Windows Vista, where they just kind of made everything transparent. Ooh, is that better? But what happens if you've got text and stuff behind? What happens then? Well, that's cool. Emojis on a folder. Nice, nice. No. So gaming is the fifth icon there, so it's coming, okay? Continuity is happening. Live activity is coming to Mac. Okay, that's cool. I like that. Continuity from your phone. iPhone mirror. Okay, that's one application of iPhone mirroring. That's quite interesting. Huh? Okay, phone app on the Mac. That's cool. I like that. Brings screen mirroring for EU users. I think that's pretty cool. So we've got 6 items. So we're on number 4 now with shortcuts. Okay, so shortcuts. The CGI on this, the Apple stuff is really impressive. Like the way that they've just done that transition. Very cool. Yeah. Better UI integration would be good. Ooh, that's powerful. Yeah, I mean, I'm just tapping the surface of what shortcuts is capable of. Spotlight is terrible. Like, there's an app called Alfred, which is better than, but it should be better. You should be able to use Apple Intelligence to like do a proper a search, AI assisted search, because search is terrible. Looks pretty good. Spotlight's looking pretty good. Spotlight is one of the worst parts of macOS, and this is like a huge difference in how this works. I just hope that it can search faster. It does look a bit Windowsy. It's more Windows Arrow than it is. Yeah, this is a huge improvement for. I'm going to delete Alfred. Okay. I mean, it's nice to have this functionality like added in by third parties, but if it can be built in, then hopefully it'll be more powerful. This is nice. I think that clipboard history is something you can get on Windows with the Microsoft Power Toy. I think that's the case anyway. So it's really cool to have this integrated straight into macOS. What? I like how that works. It looks good. I use AI so much as into my workflow that command tabbing between ChatGPT and in and out, being able to use a shortcut would be really useful, especially when I'm doing translations, because I'm adding like words to my vocab list. If I could have an AI shortcut for that, and then also to do translation as well, and add like phoneticizations, that'd be really useful. Wow. Okay, gaming coming up right now. Okay, final things, gaming. So we're going to have the gaming app come to macOS, and then a bunch of games added, and hopefully Cyberpunk coming in. The gaming experience. Yeah, proper gaming app. Finally. Game overlay, game mode, brightness. This, there should be like a TDP and an FPS setting. Metal 4. It's got to be metal frame generator. What's interpolation? No, those are the last year's games. That's recent. Ooh. Wow. Amazing. Inzoi is coming to Mac. Oh my God. So you don't have to run it through crossover. This is great. Wow. Inzoi is like a pretty big release, and to have it working natively, it's like the new Sims, right? Ooh, when's it coming out? Oh, nice. Now, Enzo is like, could be, no, is that it? No, no, is that it? Is that it? No, what about Cyberpunk? What about the rest of it? What about Game Porting Toolkit? No, 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 that was the shortest macOS. What's interpolation? No, what about all the other stuff? Laptop screens like this to avoid any kind of it, any kind of copyright claim on the stream, because if I lift up the screen more, it's going to get copyright striked. Yeah, I kind of need more. There should be more information. Can't believe they didn't release Cyberpunk 2077. I'm going to look at my recording because I can't go backwards. But if I look at that list of games, I need to come back and get the screenshot of that list of games. So we have all the games that were announced last year, like Pools, Wuthering Waves, Control. And new games, we have Cyberpunk, Sniper Elite 5, Into the Dead, Ours Darkest Days, Eve Frontier, Lies of P Overture, which already released, Dead Island 2. You can't have that twice because that was announced last year. Inzoi, Where Winds Meet, Harold Halibut, Cat Quest 3, Crimson Desert, Escape from the Dukov, Architect, Land of Something, Infinity Nikki, Hitman. Oh, Hitman's coming out for macOS. That's confirmed. A game called Chronos: The New Dawn. Blueprints is coming out to Mac, but you can play the crossover anyway. Stars and Island, NTE, Feed the Deep, and then the new RoboCop. Not that exciting, I'm afraid. I just bought like a Quest 3. I did play around Vision, but my Meta Quest 3 I've been having a lot of fun with. It's really good gaming machine compared to Vision, the Vision, compared to Apple Vision. Metal Force should be for all Apple devices, so I don't think that you're going to be limited. RoboCop is just DLC. Imagine putting that front and center in that shot. Okay. The release date for Tahoe is going to be when the MacBook Pros come out in October, November, but you should be able to download the beta today. Mhm. So what's kind of bad is that there's no mention of game porting toolkit at all, whereas there was quite a lot of mention last year. So something has happened in the last year, which means that game porting toolkit's nothing's really going on. So Apple's site says it's updating. Okay. Vibe check. They don't even care about Mac even skipping 28. GPT K3 is released, right? Where is it? Where's the press release? Perda, where is the let me just see. Will GPT-K3 be open source? I mean, what we care about is D3D Metal. That's still where's the press release for Game Porting Toolkit 3? So yeah, we need to wait until this keynote's over at the very least. Hmm, looks pretty good. I don't know if it'd be impossible, but I just wish that MacBook had something like crossover but built into macOS. I don't see Craig Federighi announcing that, but I do think that we should have Game Porting Toolkit 3.0 beta get released today. It'd be very weird if it doesn't release today. So we've got Metal 4 and then Game Porting Toolkit 3.0 Discord, I hope. Okay, iPad OS. So the gaming kit there, I hope. Delightful. Live translation on iPad. Only the start. So so we don't have a Cyberpunk. Let me just check Steam DB of Cyberpunk 2077. Something happening. Ooh, an iPad window management. Hmm. So iPads have windowed. Ooh, that's very macOSy. This is much better than Stage Manager. I found the link. If you Arton42, if you can post the link in the Discord, then that will be. If you go to the Apple Gaming Wiki Discord, put it in the general link. I'll have a look at it there. Because when I look on the developer page on the Apple site, you can't download anything right now. Normally, you have to wait until the keynote finishes, so it should be finished soon. How long have we had a cursor on an iPad for? Has that been there for a long time? Hmm. Interesting. Expose. It's mission control. It's not expose. Hmm. A lot of Apple bought Sony and PlayStation. I don't think they care that. The latest Discord app broke the update broke the app. You can just log in via web browser into to get into Discord. Mhm. Mhm. Okay, so we've got GPTK 3.0, I hope. We've got Metal 4 with interpolation. Oh my god, if they put proper files app in the iPad, then it'd be way much better. macOS Tahoe. We have the games app. Oh, thank you for posting the link. I'm just read this press release. Ooh, Game Porting Toolkit 3.0 is released. There's an updated metal HUD. Oh, wow. I'll post this up on the... Thank you very much, R1042. I'm looking at the press release now, and it looks really good. So once this keynote finishes, we're going to dissect the this page, and then we'll see how it looks. Yeah, so 3.0 of Game Porting Toolkit has a new metal HUD, which looks very exciting. So is Metal FX frame interpolation it's the same as frame generation? Because it says here that Metal FX frame interpolation generates an immediate frame for every 2 input frames to achieve higher and more stable frame rates. And Metal FX denoising makes real-time ray tracing and path tracing possible in the most advanced games. That'll be interesting. there's a post on Mac Gaming. Okay, I'll look at the Mac Gaming subreddit. So I can see from the metal, so from the GPTK 3.0, there's a beta 1 that's the way the footage is being shown, the beta 1. Wonder if we get to play around with that today. It seems Cyberpunk 27 is their standout Metal 4 title. Apple should do an independent runs Metal Effects to upscale. Okay. This Apple iPad OS stuff is quite exciting. Okay. Hmm. So the Metal HUD stuff looks quite exciting, I think. I guess the person that wrote the blog article about Cyberpunk coming to Mac should be fired. It's just a prediction, I guess. Who wrote a prediction about Cyberpunk coming? I mean, it's a prediction. Can't believe it hasn't released yet. How disappointing is that? So as far as I can tell, there's the main new feature of Metal 4 is developers can run inference networks directly in their shaders to compute lighting, materials, and geometry, enabling highly realistic visual effects for their games. Okay, so I don't understand that. But there's Metal FX frame interpolation and Metal FX denoising. Is frame Okay, I think we're nearly done. Develop a beta. Let's download it now. Okay, so I think it is time to download Game Porting Toolkit 3 and also the new developer beta. Let's do it. What? What's happening here? It's a song. Okay, so we're going to download the latest beta update. I think, let me think what I'm going to have to do. Should I do this on my main laptop or should I just do this? I could do this on my MacBook Air, I suppose. Yeah, well, let's download the dev beta for today. Where can I download Game Porting Toolkit 3? Okay, I think it's happening very soon, okay? So I think as soon as this is over, this should... Let's get cracking. Okay, that should be over now. So we finished? Yes. Okay, we are done, I think. Okay, let's get cracking. Let's get cracking. Okay, this is it. See the press release. Okay, so we've got here the stuff. No, let's go to the Mac Gaming subreddit. Okay, let's get cracking. Okay, live games app. Okay, so first thing is it possible to even update? Should have checked this earlier. Can I update? To opt into the developer beta? Can I get into the beta? Nothing has happened yet. There's no beta update yet. Do I have to re-enroll into another beta? Do I have to re-enroll to get to the next beta? Okay, think about that in a minute. The games that have been announced are there. Yeah, that's accurate. It's good that we've got Hitman. That's quite a big game. Provides developers with updated full customizable performance. Customize it. Get on-screen insights and guidance for automated graphics code, and developers can use the Mac remote developer tools for a window to build Mac games on a remote Mac and existing. Okay, so that means you can maybe make a Mac game without owning a Mac, maybe? Not sure what that means. Okay, yeah, Silk Song coming to Mac. That's a big deal. Okay, this is really good news. So we have got to do Game Porting Toolkit 3.0 today. We're going to download the latest developer beta. Got macOS 4 coming. So Liza P Overture already released. We've got these games. I've never heard of this. Never heard of Chronos: The New Dawn, but there's Hitman, World of Assassination, Frontier, Okay, so that's okay. Let's just see on my computer one sec. Let me get this. It's not available yet. Has anyone managed to download the latest beta update yet for macOS? Do I need to join the developer beta? So yeah, they haven't updated the Game Porting Toolkit 3 website yet. Let me just make my notes. I think I'm gonna try get ahead of the game a bit by just starting on my video project. So I'm gonna wait a little bit of time until we get this done. So in the chat, make sure to keep an eye out for anything coming out. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to make a video on this straight away. So that, yeah, it still shows macOS Sequoia beta dev. Okay, so I'm gonna start this project, video project. They started rolling down the updates on the website. Developer stuff will come the last, I think. Okay, yeah. Let me see if my MacBook Air M1. Okay, we're going to give this a go. Once it's ready. So let me know in the chat once this is ready. So we're still a little bit of time away. So what do you think about Cyberpunk 2077 for Mac? It was on Picture with Games, but Apple didn't say any news about this game. I don't think it's necessarily under Apple's control. It's really up to what they were probably busy with was releasing this game on Switch 2. So what time is the State of the Union? This time the Apple website's not been updated yet, but last year it did as WWDC ended. Well, I'll give it a few minutes. We'll see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. So let me know in the chat. I'm just going to start editing a video now. So it might be a little bit boring. As I do this, but the new metal HUD looks quite exciting, I think. Yeah, Apple developer page is broken. I'm not expecting much more than that. Okay. Well, we've got a lot of people watching. 186, that's a lot compared to normal. Okay, so let me know in the chat when this goes through. So I'm just going to start cutting together my video. Okay. Okay, so I've got my, let me just get my notes here. So yeah, let me get the list of games. Look on this link under the Death Stranding video. What are you talking about? Just post it on the Apple Gaming Wiki Discord and the general channel. If you do find that link, then we can all try it out. No, you can't post it into the YouTube chat just because we don't have, the YouTube will just, doesn't like your direct URLs anyway. GPTK 3.0, let's do it. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't talk about Game Porting Toolkit at all during, like, Craig Federighi didn't even mention it. With Metal 4 developers can now run inference networks directly in their shaders. I don't understand what that means. Okay, so today what we're going to do is we're going to download Game Porting Toolkit 3. And hopefully we'll also test out downloading a developer beta, which I'll do on my MacBook Air, I think. I'll see how, and then I want to see what the game app looks like. Okay, I'm gonna take a little toilet break and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. What are we doing? Something happened. Okay, platform State of the Union is 1.5 hours. Guess we'll cover that very soon. Website's live. What do you mean by website's live? Appsol website updated, eh? Let's have a look. Okay, not updated yet. Cry. Don't cry. It will happen eventually. What are people saying? Silk Song's coming out on Mac. It's not mentioned in this though. The Blue Prince is interesting, but it's quite a lo-fi game and works on crossover 25 anyway. Does the Windows version of Resident Evil 8 run on Mac via crossover? Well, yeah, it does. I think it's possible using some overrides. I haven't really looked into it yet. This looks like a nothing game. Is Death Stranding 2 going to be released on the Mac? I think it's incredibly unlikely, given that it didn't sell very much, the first game. What I'm going to do now is I can't seem to download the video of WWDC, so I'm just going to do the footage again with some sound, and hopefully I can actually use it to review this.
And powerful experience. This year, we're building on what you love most about macOS. Anyone who
Is any clips in the Discord DMs? No, I'll just record it. Well, what's the word waiting? Let's just re-review this. I'll just record the YouTube recording.
Everyone from students and creatives to developers and anyone who appreciates its beautifully simple and powerful experience. Yeah. This year,
let's have a look again.
Building on what you love most about macOS, with a release made for all of its different users.
Just watching this again.
But what should we call it? Well, our crack product marketing team was adamant that they'd fully earned their annual paycheck.
The iPad update is pretty good. It's become more and more app-like. To be able to manage two windows side by side or multiple windows with a cursor is like massive.
During one of their mandatory weekly ski strategy sessions, they bumbled into their legendary microbus and let gravity guide them to a breathtaking spot where crystal clear waters meet majestic mountain peaks. They'd found it. Let me introduce you to macOS Tahoe. macOS Tahoe is all about giving you beautiful and powerful tools for the unique ways you use Mac. It includes many of the features you heard about in iOS, like backgrounds and screening tools and messages, more options in Image Playground and Genmoji, and live translation. And it introduces many more updates, taking the macOS experience to the next level, starting with a stunning new design. It elevates the iconic elements of macOS, making them at once fresh and timelessly Mac. From the moment you unlock, the desktop is instantly familiar. Widgets, the dock, and app icons have been refined with liquid glass, which also elevates the experience in your apps. Sidebars and toolbars
What do you think is the
reflect
biggest
depth of
Mac
your
game
workspace
release
and offer a
announced today?
subtle hint of
Enjoy,
the content with an easy reach as you scroll.
Hitman,
This updated
Hitman.
design doesn't just
Enjoy or
look
Hitman? Which
stunning.
one's a bigger deal?
It also enhances the macOS experience in
What other
new
games
ways.
coming out?
The menu bar is now
Nothing
completely
very
transparent,
exciting.
making your display feel larger. And there are more ways to customize what controls appear in the menu bar and control center, and how they're laid out. There are so many new controls to choose from.
I did a
You can
poll.
even add controls for your favorite Mac
Which
apps like
is
Zoom
the
and
best
iPhone
game
apps too. We've
announced?
also unlocked entirely new ways to personalize your Mac. You can
So
change the
we've
color
got
of your folders and add a
Enjoy.
symbol or emoji to give them a unique identity. It's
For
fantastic
Enjoy,
for
we've
projects. Along with your personalized wallpaper and theme colors, it's easier than ever to make your Mac a seamless extension of your style. You can go for that sleek, clear look, or dial up the dark aesthetic to match your workspace. No matter what you do, this new design makes the macOS experience even more vibrant, expressive, and personal. Speaking of great new experiences, let's talk about the power of continuity. Continuity helps you work seamlessly across Apple devices, and we're excited to introduce two new continuity features. First, we're bringing live activities to Mac. So if you've ordered Uber Eats on
Frontier.
your iPhone, the live activity also appears in the menu bar. And when you click, the app opens in iPhone mirroring, so you can take action directly on your Mac. We're also enhancing the calling experience by bringing the Phone app to Mac. You can conveniently access your familiar content, like recents, contacts, and voicemail, synced from iPhone.
There's got a little poll on
And
which was the
easily
best
make a
game,
call
and if
with
you
just a click.
announced today
Incoming
for
calls look
macOS,
beautiful on the
and
bigger
if you
screen,
have another one
featuring
that
stunning
you
contact
can see,
posters of your
which
friends and family.
I didn't see,
And the
then let me
Phone app
know
on Mac
in the
includes
chat,
all the great
'cause,
updates we talked about earlier, like hold assist, call screening, and live translation.
Yeah, I just got a poll. So guys,
that's
everyone who's
what's
watching
new
now,
in
just go to
continuity.
YouTube chat
Next,
and have a look at the
let's
poll.
talk about some new features inspired by how pros work on Mac.
Okay, I want to skip
starting
this bit
with
because we don't need
shortcuts.
this.
Here's Raja to
Thanks to iPhone, better with
brings up where you can adjust the macOS Tahoe delivers great updates across the board.
Cyberpunk wasn't announced
It
today,
also
so
levels
I'm
up
just
the
talking about stuff that
gaming
we knew
experience,
that's new today.
starting with the new Games app, which brings together all the games you have on Mac. And when you're in the game, a click on a controller brings up the new Game Overlay, where you can adjust the system settings that matter most mid-game, chat with friends, or invite them to play. And for developers, macOS Tahoe introduces Metal 4, which brings next-generation rendering technologies to games, like frame
They spent
interpolation,
more time-
denoising, and more.
Spent more time on Spotlight.
Alongside these improvements, there's a growing catalog of incredible titles. So many games have recently arrived, and there are even more on the way. Like Crimson Desert from Pearl Abyss, which takes advantage of Apple Silicon to deliver incredible visuals and dynamic effects,
Crimson
providing
Desert.
a breathtaking open world with immersive detail.
This looks pretty cool.
Or
Crimson
Inzoi,
Desert.
which brings new life to player-driven storytelling with deep customization and gorgeous visuals. Apple Silicon and Metal FX make every character and light source feel vivid and real, while the Neural Engine delivers exceptional performance for AI models. You can pre-order
Hitman used to
Inzoi
have-
on
Hitman
Mac
1 had a Mac
starting
port,
today,
which does work
and it will
via-
be available
with one of
later
the
this year
settings. That's quite
alongside
interesting.
consoles and PCs. So that's what's new with gaming on Mac. And that wraps up macOS Tahoe.
That was so
A
fast.
stunningly powerful release.
Crimson Desert.
It introduces a gorgeous new design, delightful continuity experiences, along with great features to turbocharge your productivity. Next, to tell you all about what's coming in visionOS, here's Mike.
So it's Crimson Desert. When did that come out? Crimson. When is this coming out? It's like Black Desert Online. This is a big deal, I guess. This is going to be a simultaneous release. This must have been just updated to add the macOS stuff in here. No, it's always had a macOS. So this is always announced for macOS. I didn't even realize. When did this get announced? Oh, Game Awards. Yeah, this was announced a while ago. The Game Awards. MacOS Tahoe was listed in the trailer during the Game Awards. Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't even realize this game existed. It's live. Okay, let's see. Okay, it's live. Okay, so I mean, is the beta okay? Let's just play with the Game Porting Toolkit 3 first. Okay, so let's do this. So I've just downloaded it. Okay. Okay, let's do this. Okay, gonna in for a long night. Game Porting Toolkit 3.0 beta. We've got the PDF. Oh, that's been updated. Oh, it's got the remote builder stuff. Let's just have a quick look at this. Building your game remotely from your PC. Let's just configure your Mac as the remote builder or configure Microsoft Visual Studio. Okay, this is big. This is quite a big deal. When porting a game, it's important to find platforms so you can make. It's under the development tools. Configure Microsoft Studio to connect to. UC make, okay. So they emulate DLSS on top of Metal FX. What does it say that? Okay, so there's some kind of thing where you can build and run a game project remotely on your Mac. Okay, so does that mean... Okay, so we've got a new metal shader converter, this new Mac Remote Developer Toolkit, human interface guidelines. Okay, so this is a link to human interface guidelines for the new... Okay. What's a GPTK sample? What's this? Okay, Tahoe beta is live. Okay, we're not downloading this now. Can I just open this with text edit? Okay, I'm gonna download the beta onto my MacBook Air. Okay, so let's play around with Game Porting Toolkit now. What is this stuff? I'm just having a look at this before I play around with this. Port from other windows. Are those possible to build terminal-based games that use Keynote? Yeah. Okay, so this is more information about how to do stuff in the game. Controller stuff. Shader conversion, metal rendering, cloud saves. So it's like a manual that's built in. Anything different here? So this is the standard stuff. What is experimental metal effects integration? Yo, Andrew, let's get to the hobnobs. I'm off hobnobs now. Not today. To experiment with rename wine and NVNGX on metal effects. So to what does that mean? So this is new, right? NVNGX on metaleffects.dll. Is that NVIDIA? Is that a DLSS? Subbing in NVIDIA APIs. So does the README say exactly, do we need Tahoe in order for this to work? So should I download Tahoe onto this? The evaluation only runs on Metal app, so I should be able to run this on this Mac right now. Let me just download. Okay, so we're downloading macOS, macOS 26 Tahoe, doing that right now. Okay. So yeah, so we need this NVGX on MetalFX, and the README says that's the how to configure projects. That's not it. It's the README here. So we'd have already mounted this. So it's here. So I can run this on macOS Sequoia because there's no new features apart from the game app. Try the games more course with 16 gigabytes. We can use this environment. To enable MetalFX, perform the following steps: rename, and so remove the dash on MetalFX.so. So basically, change this, rename this to remove this suffix .dll, and copy that plus these two DLLs into the environmental variables. How do you set environmental variables? Do you have to put this in the crossover bottle? I should have prepared in a separate how much space have I got? So so this converts DLSS to MetalFX where possible. Setting this environment. Okay, I'm gonna write this down. Okay, so DLSS to MetalFX. Yeah, that is like, that's funny. We're just hooking in NVIDIA's DLL. Literally, we're using NVIDIA API files. What does this do? D3? D3D support DXR defaults to 0 for M1 and 2 and on for the... Okay, so that means you can manually turn on ray tracing for M1 and M2 Max. Interesting. Okay, good. So my laptop is downloading that. Let's run crossover and then replace the DLL files. Okay, so what I should do is turn these things both off. Close crossover. So we're going to go into, just going to make a modification of crossover. Okay, we're going to modify original crossover here. So this is definitely the right version, right? Yeah, 25.0.1. What we want to do is make a modification to this. So we need to change the resources. Okay, so let's find. I've forgotten how to do this. Can anyone remind me how to do this again? So I've got to basically move contents resources y lib external. Y lib external. Basically, need to copy this right into the external folder of this, right? So I put it here, right? lib64 here. Let me just check this. I forget how to do this. Even though I've done this like so many times now. I've got to copy lib64 apple external. lib64 apple external. Yeah, these are the two files. Okay. It's going to replace all. Wait a sec, just compare before we do that. Yeah, so basically we're just going to replace the whole folder, I think, rather than just do an update. Or should I just update the bits that I need? Because it only wants us to remove these items. So WWDC Metal Framework. D3D Metal Framework. Yeah, so this is all stuff that updated 6th of June, so that's 3 days ago. And this all in April. Let's just see what happens if I just update it completely. Because I've got a spare copy, so I'll just replace all of them. Because I'll replace all the folders even if it's not missing anything. Okay, so now if I open up crossover. So I'm not using crossover preview, just straight crossover. Okay, actually no, one more thing I should do before that is I need to change the bottle settings as well. So let's just fix that. Let's check I'll open this README file. Okay, so I've done that. And then I've got this is the folder that I've modified. And then there's another file here called AX. There's a wine folder here with Windows. So we're missing files from here. So this is missing all of these files. DirectX 10. These are newer. So let's just copy and paste and overwrite all of these. Okay. And then it wants us to rename this to NVGX. Okay. And then we need to enable environmental variables. So let's go here to application support. Crossover. Okay, then we're going to go to our bottles, our Steam bottle. And then we'll change the cxbottle.conf to enable the environmental variables. Okay. So right, I'm going to put stuff on the right for changes. Okay, so we already have Rosetta Advertise 1. And I don't care about this D3D Metal support because that's not important. What we need is D3DM enable Metal FX 1. So that's going to hook in any DLSS functions to be converted to Metal FX where possible. Okay. How do we convert them? The Metal HUD. So maybe the Metal HUD only comes with Tahoe. Still downloading the okay, I'm still downloading the Tahoe. Okay, so the Metal HUD might not be updated, but let's get some footage done. Okay, so I've got I think I've followed all the instructions correctly. Why is my Steam bottle not working? Oh, it is working. Let's just load up old Cyberpunk. What's a good game which has DLSS? It says also to copy the NVIDIA DLSS to sys32. Oh yeah, good point. Let's do that first then. Good point, good point. Thank you very much, Jerome. Before we do anything, let's do that too. Good point. Yeah, we need these two as well. To the C drive. So I need this thing as application support. Will I make a video? Yes. So I need to go into my Steam bottle and go into C drive, and then I also have to go into System32. to the system Windows System 32. Yeah, so NVGNX and NV API 64. Okay, good. So let's reopen Steam. Okay, well, so what's a good something with DLSS? I think. Let's just run Cyberpunk and see how this goes. What's a good game with DLSS? What's a good game that runs through crossover that uses DLSS? Palworld? Black Myth Wukong. Okay, yeah, that's a good point. The others do Black Myth Wukong. I do have it downloaded. Thank you, Dusty Fly Guy. Expedition 33, good point. Yeah, the README says you need Tahoe. Okay, so we've got beta version 3.01 D3D12, so that is working. This is Game Porting Toolkit 3.0 beta 1, but if the README says it needs Tahoe, then it needs Tahoe, doesn't it? Why does in the README does it say that you have to have Tahoe? Just turn the volume down a bit. Yeah, I think we need Tahoe to get the DLSS hook to work. It was written 16. Can't see it. Okay, I'm not going to install. I might have to install this later, but basically, I'm probably not going to experiment with that at the moment. I just want to get some footage of this working. Okay, let's make sure. It's just the high preset. So yeah, so we've got 3.0 beta 1 working now. I think that's pretty good. So yeah, so this is Game Porting Toolkit 3.0. We don't have the Tahoe stuff yet, which allows DLSS to run on Is DLSS better than FSR? If you run MetalFX through DLSS, is that better than FSR? Need to give back my kids Tamagotchi. DLSS is better than FSR in bed. Okay, interesting. I might just start downloading the beta onto here. Let me just see is. So I did this on my other computer actually. Can I download the installer? Because Mr. Macintosh usually has the installer done. Tahoe installers are already on the website. Okay, let's just. So what normally happens in State of the Union? Because I've kind of forgotten what happens as State of the Union. They talk about the dev stuff, but they don't necessarily release anything. I think I'm gonna have to just download Tahoe. I've downloaded Tahoe already. So I'm downloading Tahoe right now on my PC. And then I could install it as an external solid state drive. Let me just find an external drive. I've got my Acasis solid state drive. So I guess I could install the Tahoe beta on here. They're just remapping DLSS inputs onto MetalFX. Okay. Yes, you can dual boot macOS. It's not really that complicated. I've got tutorial videos on my second channel about how to do it for previous versions of macOS. And I guess what I'm going to do is do it today. I'm just going to remap and do this today. So let me see. This is fully downloaded. Okay, so I've got footage of 3.0 beta 1. What I might also do is just very quickly run my old crossover non-modified for game porting 2, just to run the benchmark quickly. And then what I'm going to do is dual boot. I'm going to dual boot thingy. So this is this should be the stock version of crossover 25.01 with game porting toolkit 2.1. So let's just run Cyberpunk. So this should be the stock version of so run at the high preset and we'll see if we get a similar frame rate. It should be the same because I don't think that they've added much to this. So the metal HUD should come up, and then this should be 2.1, I think 2.1. I wonder if anyone's discovered anything inside. So I'll just do a quick performance test against 2.1, 3.0 versus 3.0 beta versus 2.1. It's not that scientific because we're just going to run one benchmark, but it should be under the same environmental variables. Okay, so this is the same game. We're running it through, let's put this through high again. Okay. So this is using FSR. What case? Yeah, so I'm using the Acasis TV501 Pro. I did actually make a video about it and I haven't edited it yet. I'm way behind because I haven't been working for I haven't been making content for like 2 months. So I'm way behind on it. But I'll make a video on it. I've got all the benchmarks and everything done with Thunderbolt 5. It's like a very future-proof case, excellent with fan, excellent heat dissipation. So definitely a really good choice. We'll see if there is any performance difference on these two very basic benchmarks. So what's interesting is that my MacBook Air is downloading the update really slow, but I've got the update downloaded from the Mr. Macintosh blog website. So the install PKG for the Tahoe developer beta is there, so you can actually download it straight away. It'll be faster than trying to do it through macOS update. And then what I'm going to do is dual boot onto my solid state drive. So I've got I think I've got 2 terabyte solid state drive. I'm just going to dual boot straight onto that using Thunderbolt 4. So it's a Thunderbolt 5 cable with a Thunderbolt 5 SSD, but this is an M3 Max, so it's only got Thunderbolt 4. But it should be really fast still. Like, you don't need that much speed. So running 2.1. Yeah, so there is a difference. Because we were getting 73 before, didn't we? Yeah, so I'm just, I think that's faster because we had 69.89 versus 73. 73 is running faster, so that's not my very unscientific. Okay, good. Let's dual boot. Let's dual boot this bad boy. I want to see what the game kit is like. The game app. Okay, good. So let's close this. Tahoe. Do I add a partition? Because I've got data on here. Do I add a partition or volume? Partition or volume for a dual boot? Because I've got like data on here. The data is like games and stuff. Got time machine. I feel like I should add a partition, shouldn't I? Like a whole separate partition just for Tahoe. Yeah, partition. I don't need that much space. Okay, so I have in my recordings, I've downloaded from Mr. MacWright's website. I've downloaded this. Yeah, I've got to copy it locally. Okay, partitioning. I think what's good is that what we'll do is we'll copy the crossover app that I've modified and the application support with the bottle and everything, and I'll move that all over at once onto the solid state drive. Then we'll test out the new game app, which is very exciting. Okay, so this should add, yeah, there's sparse. Oh yeah, sparse is available now. I can see the sparse resources. Metal 4 introduces sparse resources. Let me know if Just Cause 3 works. Okay, so when you use the install PKG, you should have a install macOS thing that pops up. Wait a sec, it should be, yeah, here we are, Tahoe. No, that's my thing. Where'd it go? Oh yeah, we need to mount it, don't we? Double click, continue. And then this will make a copy into our applications folder. Keep. Then in applications, there's install macOS beta. So we'll double click on this. And as long as we have our APFS drive there, we've got our Tahoe here. Okay, so let me know if just cause 3 works. Okay, let's let that download for a minute. Oh, my MacBook Air is also updating. Very exciting. Just checking my scores for Cyberpunk. The beta, my non-scientific test showed a slight increase in speed. I just checked it. I think I've got to have about 4 FPS increase, which is tiny. Okay, I'm installing Tahoe. Yeah, it's more than halfway done, apparently. That's good. Do I own Just Cause 3? Let's see. No, I don't own Just Cause 3, but I could buy it. Okay, State of the Union is in 10 minutes. Okay, I'm not going to cover State of the Union, I don't think, but maybe what you can do in chat is try to update me on what the hell's happening. That would be more interesting, I think. So I just ran a benchmark for GPTK3 versus 2.1, and there seemed to be a slight increase in performance on Cyberpunk 2077 on the same settings. The InZoe store page is up. Okay, that's interesting. Let's have a look. It's funny that the icon's a cat. August 20th. Oh, I'll be back from holiday then. My MacBook Air is still downloading this. Okay. No news about whether this will come to Steam or not. The betas for macOS are available right now. I've already downloaded it from the Mr. Macintosh blog, and we are installing it here. Yeah, if you just go to the Mr. Macintosh blog, the Tahoe installers have already been updated. So just definitely go check that out. I think I'm just going to start editing my video right now. Yeah, basically InZoe is a really hyper-realistic version of The Sims. Could you check the performance memory requirements for Expedition 33 using previous metal effects? Yakuza 6. With GPTK 3, Yakuza 6 now works in crossover 25. Okay, well, something's happening. Well, we're just going to restart in a minute. It's good. Close everything. Which game is Yakuza 6? Is it literally called Yakuza 6? Might have to buy this game. Did it not work before? Did Yakuza 6 not work before? Am I watching the State of the Union? No. No. I'll put it on in the background for me, but I'm going to be working on trying to get Game Porting Toolkit 3 working instead, I think. So the website to download the beta is called Mr. Macintosh blog. And there's a new page called the Tahoe installers. He must have just updated it just now. So this is all happening live. It's by far the fastest way to download the betas. I can show you once I get this up and running. You don't need to develop a enrollment if you just use the installer file. MacOS Tahoe. So I'm installing the beta right now. What's my favorite philosophy book? My favorite philosopher is Albert Camus, and my favorite book is The Myth of Sisyphus, a treatise on existential living and how to live happily in an absurd world. Matt Kim is eating good today. Well, it's okay. We got fed drips and drabs. No big game announcements this year compared to last year. Like we had Death Stranding before. We had Hideo Kojima on stage. We had an announcement of Cyberpunk 2077 last time. So this time it's a bit disappointing, I think. Will Apple Intelligence be available in mainland China on M1 Max? I have no idea. What's your favorite book was? The Myth of Sisyphus, not syphilis. Ooh, do. Wait. What's happening? What? Something's happening. Goodness gracious. Okay, let's get in. Why is my mouse not working? It's crashed. Not a good first impression of a developer beta. Let's turn it off and on again. Oh wait, no, I didn't need to turn it off. Okay, it's working. Oh, my mouse is working. No. Okay, macOS Tahoe, here we come. Okay, we are getting there. Okay. We'll just sign in with my Apple ID, and then we'll be good to go. Okay, macOS Tahoe. Here we are. We are here. Okay, good. Okay, that's whatever this is annoying. Notifications. Okay, fuck that. Okay, this is what macOS Tahoe looks like. So 26.0. We've gone up a number. So macOS Tahoe 26.0 beta. Okay. This is the new app. So whatever they did, they spent a lot of time and money making this thing. Now, what it's for exactly, I'm not exactly sure. So of course I have Apple Arcade. Why is it taking so long to download the Uno? Katamari. Play together. So there's an interface for playing games together. Are these the only multiplayer games on? Okay, play Thronefall. So there's game modes. Oh, so you can directly add multiplayer. Library. So these are all the games that I own. Whoa, this interface feels weird. I should have a bunch of games here as well. So in games, can I... There's no setting to download to an external library. Let's just see what happens. Is it detected that I've got... Let's just turn on the metal HUD.
Hey everyone.
I do like the new interface. Ooh, by default, you can actually configure this with terminal windows now semi-transparent.
Hey everyone, today I'm going to be showing you how to...
How do I do this? I think what this has done is detected that I have games installed on my other thing. Well, what happens if I press... Let's find control. What happens if I press play? Has it just found it on my other partition? Because it must have just... It's not mounted correctly, but it's just... That padding's not right. I think it just found it on my other... Here. Yeah, it's a bit rounded. Whoa! What the beep? New metal HUD. How do we get it to show... How do we get it to show... Oh yeah, of course, this is a native game, so there's no D3D metal version here. The new metal HUD looks cool. Does it mean it's slightly clearer?
Fair warning. This is gonna be... Hello? Anyone here?
So we have a slightly more information. So it says here, maybe it's clearer. Is it clearer? Metal 3.54 app equals 6.8. What does that mean exactly?
Federal Bureau of Control. All these years I've been looking for them. And
I'm playing with a trackpad, so just if you start feeling a bit dizzy, that's because I'm using a trackpad.
Hey, elevator, got it. Done enough night shift when the drop to note makes us come off weird. Ahti the janitor is a friendly face in my book.
Yeah, more transparency. Do we have the same functions? So this game app doesn't have... Okay, so what I want to try is downloading a new game. Okay, so let's find a game that is big. Do we have better download handling? No. There's no like queuing function. It's recommending it. This is like recommending a game which we can't play on the Mac. None of these gacha games are working or good because none of them will be compatible with this device. So what's the point of this? What's the point of this if we can't recommend games that are compatible? It doesn't give us the option to download to a specific place. There's no option here to change the location of the games where the games download. Because you'd expect this to be able to just put them on different places, but there isn't an option. This is just downloading straight into Wuthering Waves is downloading straight into the applications folder. So this is a bit of a step backwards. I mean, it's weird that this has automatically detected that I have control on my SSD partitioned. So I'm running this OS from the SSD, and I haven't downloaded these games. If I press play, it's already found my game on a different partition entirely, which is slightly weird. I don't want to play Death Stranding right now. Okay, I'm not particularly impressed with this. Like this arcade tab. Okay, so it's not clear I can scroll down. Okay, maybe let's explore this a bit more then. So this is like a hero banner, but it's too big. Okay, I do like that all the games that I have are separated. The game category is separated out now. That is an improvement. Okay, Arcade. Arcade is Apple's subscriptions gaming service, and there are some decent games on here. Yes, Apple did say we could use the controller to control the games out. This is a very good point. Let's pair it up. Thank you, MB. That's a good point. Let's just try launching this again. My controller's connected. Nothing's happening. So this is working, but not on this controller. Maybe if I use a DualSense, it might work better. But this is a standard Xbox Series controller. It's a shame it's weird. Weird it's not working. Okay, so now what are we doing? What's downloading? Wuthering Waves. Okay, good. So let's grab data from my computer here. Okay, I'm going to copy crossover here. I'm also copy the application support folder from my old drive. So it should be here, into the user folder. No. How do we show hidden files? So code weavers will. So this will copy over my old bottle settings. And then we'll go to. Huh? Where's the library? How do I get to application support? Where's the library? The view, the Go library trick doesn't work anymore. So how do I go to the library? Well, go to the library this way. Okay, that's going to change things a bit. So I can just copy my crossover settings. Oh, there's a game in there. Whoops. Do you recommend installing Tahoe on your main MacBook Air? No, don't install. It's developer beta. Never install developer betas on your main machines ever. Can you play Rocket League? Yes, you can play Rocket League using Crossover and Epic Game Store using Crossover 25, so that's fine. Let's see here. Let's just check my Discord, see if anything's happening here. Does it see in the Steam library? Can it run in the background or something? Yeah, I need to add my there's no ability to see. What's disappointing here is I can't see what games I'm downloading. Like, I'm downloading a game, and the game is Wuthering Waves. And the only way I know it's downloading is if I look at the page that I'm on. But Steam, they should have like a list of games. So the only way I know is by... I can't even see the speeds anymore. I used to be able to mouse over this. On the App Store, you can... What happens on the App Store as well? So if I run the Games app and the App Store at the same time, and I go to... Okay, please answer me. I want to play Rocket League in the MacBook Pro. Yeah, just install Crossover 25 using one of my tutorials. So it's saying here 10 megabytes per second. It's downloading the game. But here, I can't even see the download speed here. There's no, as far as I can see, there's no way to look at the download speed. That kind of sucks. Yeah, just download Crossover 25, install the Epic Game Store, install Rocket League, and then press enable G3D Metal, enable MSync, and then press play. And it's pretty much done. Yeah, this kind of sucks. We don't have any kind of speed indicator. You can't. It's not better than the App Store, really. It's actually worse because we don't have that feature. Yeah, I'm trying crossover games in a moment. I'm just waiting for this thing to copy over. So it's got all my crossover settings in there. Okay, just give that a minute. I'm just going to start editing my video. Let's just have a look. Does Marvel Rivals run? I mean, probably.
But before we continue, I had to go.
Okay, I'm just going to make some notes. Thank you very much, Alexi. Appreciate the support. Just a word of appreciation. We'll love your channel. It's literally just out like a couple of minutes ago and you're already there. We love your channel. Thanks for everything you're doing. You're welcome. I really enjoy testing these things out. Okay, I'm just going to structure my video. So I need to do... So number one, MacOS Tahoe. Is there anything happening in the State of the Union in the last half an hour that's gone? Don't install the beta. If you're going to install the beta, do it on an external solid state drive and dual boot it, or just partition your internal solid state drive and then install it on an APFS partition. Don't install it over your main work machine. Okay, I'm just making notes here. So I'm waiting for this thing to... Yeah, so Gatter Paint has 2 machines, one with 4 Macs, and 4 Macs, I'm calling it in the studio, and 3 Macs once you move around. Yeah, so if you've got an extra machine, definitely try it on there. How do I install Tahoe on an external drive without losing my data already? Just as I did. Well, you could always follow the video that just got made. If you want to do this yourself, you're going to need 2 things. You're going to need Android Tahoe, install macOS beta partition. So you need this one. If you just find this video, you'll basically get there. And then you also want to follow, so Sonoma beta, Sequoia beta, and Tahoe beta, it all has the same identical process. And then you want to download the beta installer from the from here, from Mr. Macintosh blog. And then you want this one here, the install assistant.pkg. So that is way faster than trying to do the beta update. And then this basically teaches you how to partition your APFS drive and then install it onto another drive. Install macOS and dual boot it. So it's basically identical process. Okay, so you want to, I teach you how to do it here. Just do a search for this video. This is my video for this. It's the same process. Okay, so while that's downloading, I'm just gonna figure out a couple more things because I want to test out the new Metal Effects thing. So in theory, with the things that I've done turned on, this should enable DLSS to Metal Effects. So if I turn on Cyberpunk 2077 after I've downloaded this, then this should allow us to do it. I need my crossover details as well. Okay. Can you please dig more into the new macOS so we can see what's new? What do you want to see? I'm not that interested in macOS in general. I mean, it looks new icons. It's more rounder than ever. What do you want to see here? The app launcher sucks. I think it's just kind of a bit underwhelming. It's slow as well. It's really slow. I don't really use Safaris. I don't really know. I like the tab layout better than the old one. Does the activity monitor have any improvements? Looks more rounder. Is there a way to customize the metal HUD? Let me just check Discord. Oh, Jay Fishing has shown that you can actually do the metal HUD configuration. Oh, that's cool. Let's just have a look at that quickly. Just looking at Discord. Let's look. There's now a new window here.
Fair warning. This is gonna be. Hello? Yeah. I see it.
So we can do FPS only. We can have default, which shows the frame interval and memory usage. And then we've got rich. And now we've got full. This shows the frame timing as well.
But what is it? I can feel it. It resonates. The things you show me, my friend, I forget. It's all.
I think there's going to be a lot more detail warnings than that Cyberpunk 2077. I'm just waiting for my crossover settings to just copy over. But look, our metal HUD is way more advanced. Challenging how many frames have been missed. Is that right? Missed frames? Drop frames. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we have a new metal HUD. Did anyone learn anything new from the State of the Union? Whereas Inzoi macOS 26, Inzoi is not coming out until August the 20th, so you're going to have to wait a while for that to happen. They're talking about Xcode features right now. Yeah, not that interesting. how do you access the game overlay? So in the thing, there's a thing where you can. Let me see the game overlay. How do you use the game overlay? Let me just launch this again. Because we should have a game overlay. What's game overlay? So normal. So it says here. So it says here that the game overlay can be enabled using controller.
Anyone here?
How do you enable game overlay using controller? Pressing this button. It's just. Yeah, I tried the Xbox button. It says a click on the controller brings up the new game overlay. I don't think I've got game overlay to work. Controller settings, let me just check. Because controller settings are here. What's this? That doesn't really help. Maybe it's a bug. Maybe it's not implemented yet. It could be that. No one's actually figured it out yet. there should be a keyboard toggle for game overlay. Yeah, the Gato Paint, the welcome sign was very laggy for me. I thought my computer crashed. So it's bizarre. Okay, well, the only thing I really want to test out now is, I think when I make my video, I'll just demonstrate this working. But I'm really just waiting for crossover to copy. So I'll just test out Cyberpunk again. Just see that DLSS is working. The frame gen can be used in game porting toolkit. Yes. Yeah, I already copied this earlier. I must have downloaded the whole game into the bottle by accident. I like the UI in general. They're talking about gaming in the State of the Union. Okay, state.
This year, we further streamlined game development experience, improved development. We updated game coding toolkit, everything we need to start Windows games, tools to evaluate the profile of convert your shaders and apps, and human interface guidelines and examples. Build native games. For example, CD Projekt Red uses the coding toolkit to dramatically improve Cyberpunk 2077 development. And the latest version of Keynote provides new tools, make it even easier to optimize for Windows update. For example, the light red, use it early in the porting process to evaluate how much that will affect running game porting and guidance.
I'm just playing it on my computer.
And finally, there are new tools to build, run, and debug games remotely from the environment. This is great for running Mac and game development toolchain. And once you've got your game up and running, you can adopt powerful system frameworks that are immersive graphics and incredibly responsive input and a seamless gaming experience for you. This year, the frameworks that power input across iPhone, iPad, Mac, and Vision Pro are getting major upgrades with easier pairing for PlayStation DualSense controllers across all of your devices. The new Touch Controller API provides an easy
There's quite a lot of stuff behind the scenes that's actually happening here.
and iPad, and you can enable powerful new ways to play games in Vision Pro with support for PlayStation VR2 Sense controllers and up to 3 times faster game tracking. To enable seamless play across devices, you can bring cloud save to your games with the new Game Save framework. For playing on the go, macOS Tahoe has optimized low power mode for gaming. As a developer, you can further extend battery life by enabling more efficient game settings and systems in low power mode.
Copying is done. Oh, thanks.
API, you can turn
I don't know why this is not running.
into social experience. These challenges will appear in the new Games app, and players can also access them in the game overlay, interact with friends, and change settings all without leaving the game. With all of these new features, it's never been a better time to bring your next generation games to a unified gaming platform. Now, back to Matthew. Metal 4 is a great example of the tight integration of our software with Apple Silicon, creating a whole new class. In fact, since we began the transition to Apple Silicon over 5 years ago, we've been able to add incredible features like Apple Intelligence, Game Mode, Center Overlay, and more. We completed the transition to Silicon across our entire product lineup 2 years ago. So your apps can now depend on and build upon these features. Apple Silicon enables us all to achieve things that were previously unimaginable. And it's time to put all of our focus and innovation there. So macOS Tahoe will be the final release for Intel. If you've not done so already, now is a great time to help your users migrate to the Apple Silicon version. There's a lot to love in the latest release. The new design of liquid glass brings some depth, fluidity, and dynamism to your apps. Apple Intelligence lets you take advantage of on-device mods with guided generation. Xcode transforms using any coding model. And updates to Swift and SwiftUI further expand your app's performance and capabilities, making it easy to bring your apps to the full range of Apple platforms. So, is that all we have? Not even close. There are so many other new features and APIs to explore. We have over 100 sessions that go deeper into what you've heard about today and what you haven't yet. Here's a few examples. Let's
Yeah,
focus
final update for Intel Macs.
You can activate menus and commands that are included in the new iPad menu. Background captions.
Okay, good. So State of the Union game thing is over. Let's run some Cyberpunk. I ended up buying Crossover thanks to discount, but I feel like it crashes way too often. It rarely crashes for me, Crossover 25. Okay, let's have a look. How do I escape the mouse key if it's locked into the window? Because I want to change the metal HUD, but then the window's in the way. I can't change the metal HUD settings to full. I want to change it to full. Okay, we'll have to figure that one out later. Okay, so I've got it on the high quality preset, and what I'm going to do is double check that I've done this correctly, but I'll just run the benchmark quickly just to have a base of comparison. I am downloading something as well that is indexing, so it's not really an accurate benchmark. It didn't recognize the DLLs. I might have to experiment with this tomorrow because I'm getting really tired now. It is very late in the day for me. It's like 10 p.m. I don't have an M4 machine really. Yeah, they talked about Metal FX denoising so it improves games, but only on the M4 Max. Kind of weird, right? M3 and the regular M4 also have ray tracing, why not others? Maybe Cyberpunk doesn't show DLSS if it doesn't detect an NVIDIA CPU, maybe another game. Okay, I'll test out. I'll open up something else. What else is a good game that doesn't have massive shader caching? Like Black Myth Wukong is going to require me to do shader caching for a substantial amount of time. So what else runs DLSS? Maybe Palworld. I'll just run up Palworld. Yeah, so this is much lower than before, but it is indexing right now, so it's not really fair. Can I have some water? Please, thank you. Expedition 33. Okay, good idea. I need to do the library overrides for this, which I could do, but I don't want to mess up the demo. So I modified crossover and I made a copy of crossover, so it's not been updated. So this should have all of the necessary changes in here. Because it did show, when I ran it just now, it did actually show a Shade Game Porting Toolkit 3.0, right? Yeah, 3.0 beta 1. Okay, so that all the settings carried over correctly. Are they not that good? I don't have this installed. What other DLSS games are there? What other games use DLSS? Spider-Man 1. Okay. Alan Wake 2 always worked. Alan Wake 2 has always worked with crossover and heroic or a bit of ASMR, sorry. I'm not sure what's happening here. Let's have another look. So there used to be, if you held the Option key here, it would go into libraries, but I suppose we press Command-Shift-G, go to library here. And then the issue is that we need to get application support and code weavers, crossover. And then there's a bottle setting here. And then what we've done is we've enabled this thing. And we've made changes to the application itself. So if I close this, because we've got this lib64 external. So there's these files. And then we're supposed to copy these and also put them inside the bottle. Let me just shut a Discord. And then this is meant to go in system 32, which we did do. So I haven't quite seen this get picked up yet. I'm assuming I've written this correctly. I guess I could look at the README, couldn't I? So let's look at my README. I'm on my long trip to Mac gaming from laptop gamers so far. Mouse check, mechanical keyboard check, Mac Studio M4 Max and 40-core GPU and 64 gigabytes of RAM check. Still the monitor, desk chair, crossover. That's all you really need. And you have to have a healthy dose of reality about what games you can play. How about Epic Games Library can be accessed on crossover? Yes, you can use Heroic, or you can use you can install the Epic Games launcher directly within the within crossover, in the same way that I've done it with Steam. Let me see if there's any smaller games, because this should support DLSS. So GPTK fixed a shadow bug. Interesting. Okay, so this should support DLSS, I think. So I just want to get this working once. I'm pretty sure I configured it correctly, but I could be wrong, of course.
Hope this day will be better than yesterday.
Haven't got this to work here. I wonder if anyone's got DLSS to work here. I know what it's ostensibly supposed to do, so I think I'll report on this now, and then I'll have to wait until other people just confirm that this is working, because it's it's really a pain to like do stuff when you're not sure whether it's not going to work or not. What I might do is wait for the subreddit to figure it out first. Yeah, it's weird. I don't have the option to change the upscaling here, so we've got AMD only. Have I done something wrong with my configuration? Not really sure. Because I've done this correctly. AVX. Put the manual README file to ChatGPT. I don't think you understand how ChatGPT works. Like, if no one's ever done it before, and it's not been put into some kind of public database of user help, then there's literally nothing that GPT. Yeah, ChatGPT is not going to help. I know I use ChatGPT a lot, but that is not going to help that much. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do, right, is I'm going to put together my video just announcing what's happened at WWDC. And tomorrow, I think I'm going to have to do a live stream again and then try to figure out. I want to test out a bunch of games, Red Dead Redemption 2. I'll do some testing. And then what we will do is continue this journey tomorrow. So I want to make sure that the DLSS Metal FX thing works. I want to test out, I want to do more game testing with Game Porting Toolkit 3.0. I want to test out Just Cause 3. I want to test out Yakuza 6. Yeah, I want to get DLSS working. What else are we testing out? I think it'll be a bit more clear to me tomorrow. Games, do more of a deep dive into the games launcher. Yeah, I'll do Just Cause 3 tomorrow. Okay. But I want to put this video together before midnight because I've got an hour and a half. I'm trying to like push it through. Deadlock sees DLSS now. Let's just try that quickly. Deadlock. Deadlock after updates to macOS 26. Okay. Okay, so Wine allows you to spoof GPU IDs with registry keys. Yeah, it's not updating. Okay, guys, I think we've done a very long stream today for 4.5 hours. So I'm going to cut my video today. Trying to go to bed before 12:30. So giving myself a deadline 2 hours to finish this. And then we are going to do a stream tomorrow. And I'm going to deep dive into more of these features. And I'd like to do more performance testing. Hopefully tomorrow people will have figured out what I'm doing wrong with Metal FX. Maybe what I'll do is like do the whole process again from scratch, because I feel like I might have made a mistake. But yeah, that's going to be tomorrow. So thank you very much for joining me today. I can't believe so many people watched this this stream. Thank you for coming. I'm going to end the stream now, and then I'll watch out for a summary video of like everything that's happened today, and I'll see you guys later. All right, bye bye, bye bye. I'm off to bed. Bye bye.